Yo. Welcome back, everyone. It is a Wednesday. It is Art Wednesday in the middle of the week. Let me just get everything tested. You're telling me that my mouse is not even working right now? Hello? I swear. What an amazing start. Enable Windows Inc. Maybe that does it. No, it does nothing. Hold on. It was working before. Working area seems fine. No, not at all. Please don't tell me that it's broken. No, it's registering. Did the new update do something to my PC? Oh no. Oh no. Someone told the programs that I am banned from doing anything with my arm. Someone told them that I was banned from doing stuff, and now I can't do anything. No. Oh, the buttons are working, but it's just the pen. Why? Why? Why are you like this? Why are you like this with me now? Well, in that case, we have to find a game to play. If I can't do art today, I'll have to find something else to do. Where is Huan? End. Now there we go. Let's see if it's working inside the program then. There we go. And opening up the drawing program. The fuck? Excuse me? Oh, there's a hecking heck. There's a hecking heck of a thing. And now it's not working again? The fuck? Closing it down again? And now it's working? Wait, how did we solve this last time? How did we solve this last time? What did I do? What have I done different? What have I not done? There we go. Open up the program. Don't start anything. It's not working. Enable press key view. No, I do not want that. What did I do last time? Digital pen, enable Windows 8. Do you want to allow this up? Yeah. Yeah. Huh? What did I do now? Okay. Oh no, this is funky. I don't know what is going on. Can I use my pen? I can use my pen. Nice. Something is telling me I don't need to open up the Huion software for some reason. All right, that's good. So today is going to be very, very easy, very chill, more yapping than actual doodles. But we're gonna work on something in the background. I think I'm gonna either work on some design or some patterns that I've wanted to make for quite some time, because it doesn't put as much of a strain and it's a little bit more suited for just casual chill. Doesn't sound as exciting for a lot of people who might want to come in for characters and whatnot, but this is more so as a help of a practice for me as well. Just to keep going. To not get fit out of the loop. What kind of design we want to go for? If I were to put, let's say we put a background on this. I don't want that though. Just gonna put it a little bit down. Doesn't seem a lot. Could also alternate with a darker background. Pulling this one down to maybe a 114, 115. Yeah, I think 114 would be good. And then we put that onto this. You know, Aki, welcome in, welcome in. I kind of wish that you could shuffle around, but in order to put something in a different place, you have to undo all the tags and then redo them again. So I need the shuffle mode for that, for easy accessibility. It's the same thing whenever I have to do gaming streams versus art streams versus just chatting. It's like, what kind of tags do I do for today? Do I need to keep that on a separate, like, clippable folder somewhere that I'm going to forget about? And then it's going to be the wrong tags for the wrong kind of stream. And I'm like, God damn it. In a sense, I also wish that whenever you were doing scheduling and you're picking out the topic, aka the theme or the game / category that you want to be in, that you could just put everything in there. And then once you start streaming, you could just automatically go with that. I think in some cases it did work, and in other cases it didn't. I think I mistook it for actually working, so I paid a lot of attention to putting stuff on schedule, like way back. But then I discovered that if I didn't manually update the stream information manually on the dashboard or in OBS, it would just take whatever was left over from the previous stream in OBS. And I was just like, you guys have been sitting here thinking that I've been playing Halo 3 for the entire time while we've just been sitting and yatting and just chatting mode. Like, it's that kind of... It's just me and the Wheeze laugh. No. I mean, I don't think a lot of people would want to be, like, recognized by that. Or at least they don't want to, like bank on it. It is a little bit of a niche. But it's such a staple now. In the beginning, it took a lot of effort. Which sounds wrong because it sounds like I've actually practiced Dewey's. I didn't always used to have a wheeze laugh, but I used to have more of a controlled, natural laugh. That sounds just like super basic. Where there was like no strain, I wasn't giving it my all. I was just laughing for the sake of laughing along with others, to kind of match the vibe, really. So I didn't fully settle into my own my own extreme gremlin mode until much later in my years. Only then to discover Kellen, a common friend from Maggie, but also an IRL friend, that for some reason or other, I suddenly started wheezing, and Kellen had this amazing reaction to it that just reaffirmed that, oh, okay, so this is not wrong. This is actually pretty funny. And I just leaned into it. I don't know if it's causing a strain on my voice or not. I'll probably figure out at some point, but it's not a strain. I don't feel voice damage when it happens. If anything, I end up laughing so hard that I get lightheaded sometimes, but I think everybody has experienced that. So it's just that my way of speaking, but also laughing, is more breathy than normal, I guess. And having something that's a little bit more breathy kind of like leans into, like, I don't know what kind of like, I don't know what kind of technical terms you would use for that. Also, I need gold. I want gold. Would this be Pog? No, that's just moving it around. No! Wrong layer. I also don't... Everything has been moved. Everything has been completely fucked over. Where are... Ah! It looks like chalk on a chalkboard. Almost. You came out of the laugh closet and found your true laugh. Yeah. I don't know if I mentioned this on my stream, but I know that I've been bringing it up in a chat or two. That did I mention it last time? Or was it in it? I don't know. But there is a step. There is an evolutionary step in my laugh, because I can do the regular, just like very short, ha ha ha, kind of like pattern. But if it goes into something really genuine, the wheeze comes in. Provoke and poke the wheeze too much, and then the snorting starts. Now, the snorting has been much more dominant throughout my entire life when I've actually had a good laugh. I just never had the middle step of the wheeze before. So the wheeze is kind of like a more mild step before the really onslaught. I am completely fucked. You've killed me. You've knocked me out. There is no recovering. Because the snorting I've had maybe a handful of times throughout my life. And it's so hilarious. And the worst part is, and I say the worst, even though that it might be the best for those who listen, but the worst part for me is that whenever I hear it myself, I hear the snort, I feel the snort, and then I hear other people's reaction to hearing it, and then it restarts the loop one more time. In some cases, I'm actually a little bit scared, because there is those times that I've actually been pushed to that brink or at that point. It has felt a little bit more like an ab workout. It's like you're tightening your stomach muscle so much that it becomes sore, that you start having like a sore side, or whatever you call it. It starts to hurt. And then it's like, oh my God, I feel like I've been punched like a boxing ball or sandbag. But it's really good. It feels great. Although it hurts a little bit when it gets too much, but that's okay. Was it not this one either? Ooh, you're fancy. You fancy. What about you? Not as fancy? You're a little bit more fancy. So, what should we try to make? I'm feeling some gold and black. We're just trying to do some kind of like pattern, design wallpaper / kind of thingy. Let's see. We could do a ruler. The curve ruler, perspective ruler, special, the guide, the figure. If it's the linear one, no, wait. If it's the guide, that seems like a fucking boring one. Special, the ruler pen? What do you do? Oh, so that just means I can draw the line. And then I can go back to this and then just follow. And then it's going to stick to it no matter what I do. But it's going to take... That's so ridiculous. What the fuck? Like, what the heck? Okay, I think I've seen this ruler before, but never actually put it into practice. It's kind of boss. That is not what I was looking for. Delete the ruler. There was... What is it? I usually go for something mandala. You get a good laugh and a surprise apps workout all in one. 100%. 100%. I absolutely love it. Symmetrical, here we go. How many do we divide by 2, by 4, by more? We can do 3. Well, that's going to be difficult to make a pattern out of. Could also just do no ruler and start drawing one thing. I think golden leaves is like pretty basic, isn't it? Pretty sure it's pretty basic. Oh. Went one far too far. Nah. I'm honestly not sure what I should be going for. What I shouldn't be going for. Vibe. Coming up with something instantly is the most difficult thing. I feel like writing. This is not what I signed up for. Oh no. Oh no. What can we do? I'm at a loss. I'm usually never at a loss. Never. But I guess it's because I have to make sure I don't get into inking. I usually always have something that I want to do. Oof. Oof. Oh. was that again? My personal workspace? Thank you. Thank you. Now, away you go. Off you go. There I go again. I'm thinking way too hard about this. What I want to do, I cannot do, because what I want to do is going into inking. And I am not allowed to do inking. Because even though it is drawing, it is a bit more precision work. And I tend to tense up a lot when I do inking. What I could do, you know what? Fuck it. I want my I want the fan art. I want to improve. I want to do more. I guess I'm just not gonna go inking. I want to do shit. You know this feeling like you want to do something, but you kind of can't do it the way that you wanted it to do, so you need to like make adjustments along the way. This is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. I can put you in here. And then I can take it a step up. And just call this one color. No, I'm gonna call that flats. That means I probably have to open up. Yeah, that's fine. I don't need the behind the scenes anymore. We can prep for this. If I can lock this, no, lock the layer, and then we go, what do I want to do? What kind of base do I want to have? Yeah. I can also see that there's like some small areas that I need to expand a bit on, which is fine. Maybe I should have done this in a completely different file. How many hours is this one on? Holy shit, the sketching alone is just 11 hours. My goodness, I've been dawdling. Wait, what was this again? Wait, Foz didn't take more than that? One layer? One layer of sketching? Foz? Oh yeah, Foz was so simple. That's right. Foz was super simple. That's probably why. And then we take this, put that in. And then we have, what? Did I not? One, two, three, four, five, six. That's Art Show, Shinobu Himi. Ah. That's why. That is why. Okay, opening up Art Blank. And then jumping down here. And then I need, unfortunately, to have, let's see, my profile, region. You find Aki. Pretty sure Aki has. Not Aki, Artie. You too. Your names. I made this mistake last time too. Characters. Let me find. Hello. Open sesame for me. You don't have. No! Aki, goddammit. Not our. Ah! Why? Why? Why do you not have any color codes on your character? Artie. Artie. Why would you do this? Why would you not add in the basic color coding for your skin? Why would you not do this? And we just need to do copy image. I'm going to do a new file. Plop that in here. Yes, please. Oh my goodness, you were big. You were very big. I'm gonna put you over here. Like so. And then we're gonna see. No, not resolution. Canvas size. I'm gonna go up it up. And then pull this into a separate window. Like so. And then, where do I put you? Put you over here. No, I'll put you over here. You can be in this corner. And then I can make this one a little bigger. So I can see. So that I can see. Okay. Oh, that's right. I don't have the eye picker tool. Wait, I don't have the eye picker tool. God damn it. Then we need, I need a new color set. Create a new one. Art block VTuber. There we go. Even though that's probably really silly, but I do not mind. Why is the right click also not working? Hello? The fuck? There we go. That's the skin. Replace. The base of the hair I'm adding. And then we got some highlights too. See, when people only color two eyes, I can't tell what's shadow and what's highlight and what's base. Because my instinct would tell me that this one is the shadow and this one is the highlight. But then where is the base? Wait. It's better down here. It's not affected. And accent colors. Though we're not going to be using that, but it's nice to have. And then you use this yellow for other accessories. Wait, is that a glitch or a toothpick? Might be a glitch. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's right. We need the fur. Boots with the fur. Looking at her. Goody, goody, goody. Pretty sure that is it. Let's see what we can get out of this. Let's see what we can get out of this. I want to paint. I want to paint. It's not the color I want to paint there. We get the skin. Look at the skin. Wait, where is my, Wait, where did I put that? Did I just hide it? Hello? Oh no, where did I put that? Everything's been fucked up ever since I changed resolutions in order to not fuck over my PC when playing Elden Ring. Everything has been completely fucked up in this game, in this software. I can't find anything I used to find anymore. It's gone. Where is... I mean, I do have it here, but I like my little toolbar for... Oh! Goodness me. Goodness me. Goodness me. Goodness me. So let me see. If I go back in here and I do this. Hello? The frick? Ah. I think I know. I know what's going on. This one can be tied. But not the rest then. Okay. This looks much better. Much better. Oh no. Oh no. I'm taking my time on purpose with this, otherwise I'm pretty fast at flatting. If I use the, oh, where was it? This one? To do stuff like this, it's going to be really fast. And if I do this, I'll end up being done with the whole flatting process like no time. But then again... Would I want that? That's also precision work. I don't know if I like it. At least here I can do chicken scratches. It's a really like weird situation for my arm and hand to be in, because it is overworked and it is stressed and it does hurt. So when I was talking to my physiotherapist, when I went for training yesterday, she asked me a little bit more about like which situations it was more painful in, like how it was hurting and in which position that it was hurting. And then I told her. And then she was just like, whoop, whoop, whoop. And she recommended rest. But then I said, if you're just saying that I need to be put on rest, I'm going to forget when and how long and how much I need to be resting. So I need you to help me figure out a specific time frame for this jail that I'm putting myself in. And then she went like she went hardcore thinking for a hot second before she replied, 5 days. Give it 5 days. And then I'm just already on the first day here, not adhering to it, but I was allowed. She said, for the like, if you don't have anything other than just like boredom, entertainment to do, don't strain it. Keep it, rest it. No touching. But for work, in its most easy way possible, try to not overwork it. And then I am thinking using the lasso tool is a lot more straining because I have to once again pay attention to precision, and then I end up tensing. I become very tense. When it's precision work, I tend to be very tense. But having this little issue also made me think that maybe I just am a hardcore sweaty gamer when it comes to Elden Ring. It's so hilarious. I remember all the memes that everybody was like lashing out at tryhards. People being like a sweaty gamer and they're using it in a derogative way. When I was just like, but are they really sweating though? Or are they just that good? Are they just that naturally gifted for what they do? Or are they absolutely sweating balls because because there's nothing else they can do about it? It turns out I am probably just one of those classic sweaty gamers because I am way too scared. Way too scared. Then I get easily stressed. But it was so fun last week, though. And especially when we entered that library, aka spoiler incoming. Close your ears. But I was so happy. I was so happy seeing the first phase of that fight with Renala. Holy moly. I absolutely loved it. It's been on my mind ever since, and I'm just like, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I want to go back into the fight. Usually, whenever I'm up against a boss in a game or something, I don't have much motivation to go back if the boss felt exhausting. But this one absolutely didn't. Renala is absolutely not exhausting. And that has been kind of my experience with Elden Ring boss fights. And mobs in general. Once you get to know their pattern and how to like dance around with them, it becomes super fun, super fast. Because there is actually a mechanic and a pattern that you have to learn. So yeah, all that said, it's pretty darn nice. Do it. Let's just. I Next. Oh. How was your eyes again? That was right. That was right. You know what? I'm gonna dive in. Screw that. I should be no, it's too fat. It's too fat. Maybe I should just like ignore these tiny details. Because I want the basics. I want the flats before anything. So stop with all the extra. Stop with all the extra. You're not gonna get it anyway. You're not gonna get it anyway. Anyway. How tiny? And then you can't see it on the other side. And then there's nothing over there. What about the ones you have on your face? Are they also gold? They're also gold. Also gold. Also, wait a second. We have something about the eyes. That's right. That's right. So that means going back up here. No, that's not bright enough. Got our tea. Good. Then we can move on to this one again and say we want to import image. Who is the next? That would be Xiao, but it's under references. Genshin Xiao, where is he? It would be this one. Yeah. It's a little bit grainy, so those colors aren't going to be the best. It's still going to do. It's not going to put us off for too much, which is nice. It's good, it's good, it's all good. It's all good. So let me see. Still put us back to this one. There is a lot of colors in this one. I'm going to take these off for a second. Go back down to this one. And then... Oh, maybe that wasn't part of... Okay. I think I can roll with that. That's fine. So there are a few instances here. Let's see, that's probably going to be a little bit more tricky. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna need a new one. And then we do skin. Back up to this one. Skin. One. Kind of skin details. Do I really not have anything else on him? I do have other stuff. I might want to have this one in too. Yeah, that's not really going to give me much. It's going to give me his tattoo and then that's it. That's it. It's not what I want. What about this one? That's also super grainy. Why are they all so grainy? Can they stop that? It would be nice. Bad resolutions. So this one doesn't work. This one kind of works. Import. Is this one also bad? Holy moly, Xiao. there is so much going on. That is a lot. But I could probably get some pretty darn good pixels off of him in this mode. Especially the eye color. Because here you can see there's the bounce light on top, there's the shadow, then here in between you have the original, and then there's like some highlights, and of course the basic big standard highlight. So that what means for the skin, we definitely have this one. And then we have this one for the eyes. Of course, this is in the center of the eyes. We have this for makeup. Oh, there is a lot of stuff. Okay. What else? I would want the necklace. That's some highlight, bounce highlight. So the necklace. Bead 1, 2, and somewhat there. 3. The strands. The middle. Middle. And there. I kind of forgot about the hair. Oh no. Delete. Add and add. And then here we then go back to okay, so he has an upper layer and a lower layer. That's interesting. Maybe that's just darkness down. He's got some highlights. That's for sure. Yeah, I think the upper layer has a bit more green in it, and then when you get underneath, it's a bit more grayish. So that would be this one. Since it's bouncing, we're going to just take that up here. And then do this one for that. And then I think this basic one. Yeah. Because the green only gets super green when it's like super highlights. Otherwise, it's not really doing much. Then what about how much of a shirt do we see? We see the golden stuff. And also the darkness here is a bit more of a so we can take that and take gold. That's just gonna shine. Is the gold the same as the rim? Probably. I'm gonna assume that it's the same. And then this shirt. And then we don't see anything of that. However, we do see his tattoo. We see the outline of the tattoo. And And then we don't see anything else. I mean, there is this one over here. Let me just bring that and put that there for the shirt. Keep him here as if in question. And then we go back. We go back. And as I remembered, yeah, no, we don't want it like that, but we want it like this. So that everything we put inside on the other layers, inside the folder, is not gonna go anywhere. Ooh, 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 ow. I need to stop using the tip of my fingers to do stuff. That's what's hurting me most. What was the first one? Skin. He's a pale boy. He's a very pale boy. Our pretty little Xiao. Wait, yeah, I can't see this one over here. Is this one also part of his tattoo? Hold up. It's not! Will you look at that? Okay, so I do have something. I do have skin texture over here in this corner, so that's fine. Then directly above the skin texture, we would have the shirt. Oh, that's gonna be difficult to draw in though. Might want to save that for last. Save that for last. This one actually needs to be this one needs to be part of this, where I can do that. And it's the same thing for the makeup, the eye makeup. Kind of has to have. Or maybe I just need to. Oh! I would have to do it better justice by actually painting in some extra lines. I think I'll do that instead. But that has to be on top and not below. So, for the eyes, ooh. Oh. And then once again, I always forget the white area underneath. Why do I keep forgetting? Uh, does he just need bleach white eyes? Is that what we're going for? Maybe. Maybe. Otherwise, we can't tell. It's really difficult even for me. When it comes to colors that are super similar, I often get blinded. And get blinded by where it blends and meets and whatnot. There was a time where I felt like I was pretty much a-okay with light colored skin, but it actually is super, super difficult. At least for me. It's difficult to shade. What else do we have? We had the basic part of his hair. Yeah. We do 400? Yeah, we can do 400. This way I can also see if I've actually done the sketching somewhat decent. Like if I've done the line work somewhat justice. Or if he looks too bold in certain places and need more work. Because you can sometimes never tell, really. Until you start adding color, it can be a little bit difficult to tell if your line work is actually working or if it needs adjustment. And here right now, all this is basically just like dumb of me to do before I can go in and ink. But at this point, I'm willing to bear the brunt and not finish the inking because I wanna be done with it. I can come back to it later and say, hey, we're gonna rework this and ink it instead. Because I am not satisfied with it only remaining as a simple piece. You see, like it really looks like he is somewhat bald in certain places. And I don't think I'm 100% a-okay with that. It looks like his forehead is like really, really tall. You know, all of your line work mistakes come to light when you start putting color onto it. It's such a funny thing. It really is such a funny thing. Same thing with the hair, that could be a bit taller. If I were to do this and then slap this one in. No, lock the layer. Lock the layer for me, please. It's like if you were to do this and then say, oh yeah, there's also like a few other things I want to put in here and there. It's gonna be such a silly thing. And you don't really know where you have yourself. I definitely want to come back because this is not making me feel satisfied. He needs work. He needs so much work. I'm already not satisfied. No. No. But he looked so okay, so good though. Me and my stupid ass actually thinking it looked good. And the big beads. Hi, hi, hi. And see this one here, it looked it looked purple on another one, but it doesn't on this one. What is going on? What is going on? I don't know anymore. I don't know what they're doing. I am so close to going back and recoloring the beads with that like pinkish color right there. But that can easily be changed. Easily. Easily. Hi, hi. So under the beads would be the shirt. And then we have gold. I need to put that down to 30. I did get around to play with some gold on black, I guess. Just not in the way that I thought I would. Also, I need the hair to be on a higher level. Thank you. Oh. Wrong layer. Where else do we have gold? Is that just this? Yeah, it must be. such a terrible version. Me. I'm so sorry, my poor boy. I'm gonna do you justice next time. I promise. I promise. Wait, maybe I should have separated the gold and the white, though. Yeah, I probably should have. I can hurry up and take off the black, and then I can get rid of this. You might be asking yourself why I would do this after having just painstakingly gone through it. Well, it's because for multi-layered shirts and whatnot, it's easier for me to keep track of in the rendering stage. A lot of people, or a lot of artists, I should say, don't seem to have like as much of an issue doing everything on the same layer. I know that there's some people who struggle with it, but I also know a bunch of you guys out there who are just nailing the paintery style. I'm very much jelly. Very much jelly. Jelly. Because that's so badass. That is absolutely badass. Now I can't tell if I'm... Now I'm drawing. So let's just get this settled all in white. Because why the heck not? At least then we have a solid foundation, and I can see if I've missed some spots, which I have. I'm already not naming my layers. This is a detriment to structure. Okay. This one doesn't go out. This one is for the black. Probably need to lower that opacity. Yeah. Like this. And I can still see where I'm drawing. And if I'm missing any spots. The pearl has missed a spot, I see. Okay. Back to full opacity. Welcome in. How is your Wednesday? How has your week been so far? We're halfway through. It's almost weekend. we're closing in on the weekend. I say as we already just left the last weekend. Oh my goodness. I hope everything is going well. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little bit let down because I'm not able to use my arm to full potential. I'm put in jail. I'm not allowed to be reckless. I'm gonna be reckless with it tomorrow, completely destroying it. Because I need to button smash. I need to button smash my way through Elden Ring. And I have a boss fight that I need to go through. I cannot. I have needs. Merry weekend. No. Yes. A bit of a no. It is what happens when you don't take care of your body. And then it becomes a little messy. And then you have to do all the upkeep and the repairment. I feel so sad. Also, Xiao looked way better without color. I am so close to just taking away everything. He looks so bad. I hope my line work worked better on Shinobu. Oof. Oh, that was a big stretch. Oh. Oh, my silly art. Oh, what are we? A little bit over a girl. Whoa. Wait, what? I looked over at chat. Didn't mean to read out that. Completely fucked up where my train of thought was going. What? Holy. I am in such a chill mode right now. She kept saying it. Ah-da-da. That's the only one you're going to get from me. Clip it. Save it. Savor it. Get nothing else. Oh. Oh no. A mini fan service. Yep. Yep. I hope it does. The clips are disabled. Are they disabled? No, they should not be. They should not be. They should not be. Let me go and see. If you know, you know situation. Huh? If you know, you know. If I know, I know. If I know, you know. If you know, I know. If we know, they know. Uh-huh. Clips are disabled. That is not allowed. No clips, all happened in a moment. So you're not just saying that to trigger me into some tech stuff. Some tech. I was about to go check if my tech was right. Please just confirm. You can just say, shh, we don't know. There's no clip. There's no clip to be had. But please confirm to me that clips are working. Can you, as a non-sub, clip on my channel? Is that a possibility? Or do I need to go and actually do some troubleshooting? Because I am partway there. Clips aren't working. Fuck! Fuck! What? What? Ah! Why is... Wait, where is that again? Under moderation? Block, chat. No. But, clips? Yeah. Clips of my channel? Clips of free. I know that someone have had the ability to do clips, and I know Maggie can do it, but who else? And where do I see those settings? It says, for this category, clips aren't working for this category. Wait, now I want to know. Phone. In hand. Phone in hand. Twitch open. Go to live. Go view live. Turn down sound. Clips. Where the fuck are you? How do you phone users actually get anything done? Is it there? No. Wait, how the fuck do you clip from a phone? What? How do you... What? Do I have to go full screen mode? Hold on. Chat overlay? No, fuck off. That's not what I want. Chat is not there. No, you guys have absolute shit. What the fuck? That ain't okay. That ain't okay. Life is strange. Troubleshooting. Live. Yeah, I mean, we don't have anything better to do. We are basically just yapping and a bit of doodling, flattening today. So let me see, channel. Brand schedule now. What the heck is... No, not streaming together. Stream? Clips? Enable clips. Clips is enabled. Is enabled. Feature this clip? Feature clips permission? Let viewers upload clips? No. Clip visibility? Subscriber only? No. Followers only? Any followers? Are you not a follower, Riku? Are you not a follower? Maybe. I don't know. Exclude fucking categories. Piss off. Why did I have art in there? Try to reload. Should work now. Why have I added art streams as being something that cannot be clipped? What was I thinking? Oh, it's probably because I was in the mindset of like, what if I'm actually working on something I don't want to be saved for eternity? What if I'm working on something that cannot be shared? I should not be working on stuff I cannot share, first and foremost. When it comes to art, my own or others, if it is wished to not be shared, it should not be shared, be it my wish or somebody else's wish. AKA a customer. So, there's no reason why I had that category. Glad we got that covered. Only feature clips on my channel. All clips of my channel. Let viewers upload clips to their socials. I mean, yeah, why not? The heck? Go ahead. If you want to make a clipping channel and run that, by all means do so. Farm it! You're probably gonna battle with the platforms more than you have to battle me. Hello, Kellen. Hello. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How has your week been so far? Feature clips permission. Streamers and editors can feature clips by default. Enable other channels' roles or feature clips on your channel. Users will be notified when they receive permissions. The week have been long. The week have been the big stress. Oh no, not big stress. We don't like big stress. What about me? I'm put in jail, basically. I was allowed to work for the 2 days that I do have work, like doing art drawing, but also gaming tomorrow for Elden Ring. But I'm put in jail because my fingers, you know the muscle that runs on the underarm, but on the upper side, so if you flip your hand upwards, it activates that muscle that runs on the top side down to your fingers with your tendons. Yeah, that one is inflamed. That one is inflamed. So I've been put in jail and asked to just keep my fucking arm in rest mode. Just tie it to my body. Do something. Just don't move. Oh no. It's been a work in progress, in a very sad work in progress for this problem to actually happen. I have over the past month or two kind of had like an on and off thing going, which matches the time when I started playing Elden Ring, started using my controller a lot more aggressively, being a sweaty gamer. But aside from that, I think it is just me getting used to using muscles I did not previously use. So we hope that it doesn't come to anything extensive. We hope that it doesn't become anything more problematic. That viewers upload clips to social, yeah. Yeah, it's basically so that people, they can make their own clipping channels. That's fine. That's fine, you guys go ham. You can go back in the VODs, post on YouTube and whatnot, and go ham. Oh, yeah, that happens. It really does. You're probably going to experience this too at some point, now that you've started drawing. At some point, you will experience an overload on your muscles too. And the best thing you can do is just give it a rest. Start with 5 days, and if it still continues, give it a few more. And Voltaren, the spicier version, there's 2 versions. There's like a normal and a spicier version. This is like purely for killing, by the way. Anyone else? Don't listen. But use that also to calm down the inflammation. I also don't know which other countries would have something like that. I've mentioned that before to a few other people, and they were like, "Wait, you have a cream? You have a cream that can combat inflammation? What the fuck? And you put it on the outside of your arm? You don't ingest it?" It's like, yeah, it's majestic. It is beautiful, and it works. No pills are needed. The wonders of medical equipment. It's actually more of a product for sports people. Is that the yellow one, orange one? It kind of has like a blue silvery base background, but then it does have like some big orange yellow streaks alongside of it, and then the name, of course, on top. Like, it's kind of like a tube on like the length and size of a hand. Felt like when I tried to do some drawing in colored pencils, I've had no issues with my pen tablets. Won't have the time to do much drawing over the next few weeks though. No! What are you doing? What's happening? If you can share, that is. Please don't feel forced to share. You know, that one just numbs the area and treats it kind of neat. Yeah, so this is like a bit of like insider information. Not insider, but it's actually literally stated on the back of the ingredients list. But you actually have a regular, what is it called? You have a regular, not just inflammatory. Wait, I'm talking out of my ass. Hold on a second. I'll find that fucking tube. Because I know what I'm talking about. Let's see. Oh shit. You've been in the drawer for too long. Maybe. Let's see here. Headset. So that, oh, you're going on vacation. Vacation is nice. Let's see. My goodness, you're so shiny. I can barely read you. Yeah, it has. Doesn't say exactly which one it does have. It's a pain relieving contagion that they've added into it. Let me see if I can actually see here. There's a whole fucking thing. Holy shit, will you stop being so glossy? What is it? Eucalyptusolje, what the fuck? The heck? It used to be much more simplified, but all these fancy names I do not know. But it does contain a pain relieving, kind of like when you're just eating painkillers, basically. It has that too, plus a bunch of other stuff to help battle inflammation. And they're super cool. They have a spicy version and a regular one. I think it's the regular one that I'm remembering being much more simple. But this is the spicy one. I have the spicy one. I got the spicy one. It's like 2 to 3 times more like effective, I think. Yeah. Back in the drawer you go. No, it doesn't scorch the area. It just contains that much more potent doses of the pain reliever and the inflammation battling agents. So I also didn't know that they had a spicy version. I call it a spicy version because it's just that much more like potent. So spiciness works. But that's actually really interesting. Rico, where are you from? Also EU? Must be EU if you have this. It says 1 or 2%? You mean that? No, I don't know. I don't have the normal one, so I can't tell you the exact difference right now. But my physiotherapist said that there were 2 options, and when I went, and she basically told me when you go to the pharmacy, she didn't say spicy version, but I translated it into spicy version. She said they have a regular one and then they have a much more potent one. And so when you go down and you ask for them, just ask for the more potent version instead. And then I'm like, okay, I'll do that. And then since that, I've just translated it to the more spicy version on my own. It fits much better. Got one in Italy when I fell. You need. And please do bear in mind that because it has medical ingredients, it only holds up 6 months after you've opened it. So please do be wary. This is just general advice. I usually set a reminder and being like, okay, I'm opening this today. Then I go into my phone and I say, okay, open, set a reminder 6 months from now, and then it's out. It's been 2 years. Well, the effectiveness of it is basically what's kind of like going down. But it is generally not advised to use medical equipment or medication after its expiration date. Expiration. But yeah, it's a really good one. So if you ever find yourself within EU borders again, by all means, buy a few. Because as long as they're closed, they do have, I think they should have like a date on them for like the absolute least day that you can use them or take them into use. But that's usually like a few years ahead. So if you come back to EU, you know that it only lasts you for about 6 months from the opening date. You'll be like, okay, I can go for at least like the next 2 years if I open them consecutively. But if you only take one into use whenever you need it, they're going to probably last you a little bit longer because it's going to be those 6 months spread out over the course of a longer period of time. So it's just a general tip and advice. I get this advice like down at the pharmacy all the time. But it's because it's not a usual cream. It's more of like a medical component. So they're a little bit more wary with it. I got super sad the first time that I heard. I was like, oh, you're telling me I can't use this? I can't use this for more than 6 months? But what if I don't get hurt more than once every 2 years? What am I gonna do? Spend so much money on this one thing that I'm only gonna be using one time? Like, it's so stupid. Hello, Scotty. Welcome in. You're lurking while you're at work. Please lurk away. We love having lurkers in this chat. I definitely love seeing you lurkers. Also, let me get my stream setup back so I can see if you guys are misbehaving or not. There we go. That was a good excuse for actually not using my arm. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now back into hell we go. Back into destroying my arm we go. Anya. Anya. Anya, Anya, Anya. Nya, 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 nya. Wait, is this what I need? No, it's not what I need. This is what I need. Nice, nice, nice. Wait. Is this supposed... I guess we're just gonna take that in. Shinobu. Shinobu, darling. I can take all of these other ones out. Where is import? I think I do have references of her. Yeah, I do. Can I open all of these? I can. There she is. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. It's actually a pretty good base from the anime, I think. It's been cut out. What? Shinobu? Oh, Shinobu. Okay, my bad. No. What? What were you thinking? Where did you have your mind? Coming in here thinking we're doing stuff. We ain't doing nothing. Let's see here, Demon Slayer. You're not gonna believe it, but... I know someone called Shinobu, so I was confused. You actively thought that I was calling out your friend. I mean... Is it just because, like, it's dragged out a little bit? Like Shinobu instead of, like, Shinobu? Because I know that there are names like that. They have the same vocal and intonation, but some are supposed to be pronounced short and compact, whereas for others it's a little bit more dragged out, and that's still, like... That's the main, but still subtle difference. Smart. Yeah, see, I've learned a lot about, like, going for different languages. English was the first one to help me understand that there were, like, different ways of pronouncing maybe the same word in two different ways. But then Korean, Chinese, and Japanese also had a bunch of extra versions and iterations of this. And that's just put me even more on the market where I'm just like, it could be pronounced the exact same way, but you have to put the pressure differently. It's the same with, I was about to dox myself for a second. But Gillen, you know this. It's about, like, the Danish boys and girls version of my name. So they're spelled a little differently, but they're very close in terms of how they're pronounced. Sadly. Very sadly. Because, honestly, for the majority of the time, People loved just completely ignoring how my name was supposed to be pronounced. And even if they were corrected and they repeated it after I said it and they did get it right, they just flopped it back to like the standard generic boys version of the name because that was easier for them. And I was like, stop it. Disrespectful little bitch. Stop it. But yeah, no. I have considered name change a lot. But then also I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to find a nickname for myself and use that as a basic frame. If you do want to go out of your way to try to pronounce my name when you meet me IRL, well, that's fine. It's fine. You can do that. But honestly, it's not really what I'm going for. And I think the only reason why I'm putting an emphasis on it is because my mom told me exactly why she gave me that name. And then that because it wasn't a classic Danish name, or we have a Danish version of it, but it was spelled in a different way. It was spelled in a foreign way from a different country, and then it also had its own pronunciation. And it was also a unisex name. So it is just like, huh? What? So it's not even an official girl's name. The origins of my name is unisex. It functions for both girls and guys. And then I'm just like, and up here in our country, we just have 2 versions of it? I am confusion. I do not like this. Origins of my real name. But real name not actually disclosed. Start guessing, I guess. I'm not going to confirm or deny anything. If I don't see a mini-shaped pencil, I'll get disappointed. You know, funny you're saying that. I don't know if I should play on my name to make merchandise or if I should figure out something else. Because my avatar is definitely one thing. And sheeps aren't like my one and only. Pencils also aren't my one and only type of mascot. So I don't know what kind of mascot I would actually be making merchandise for. Like for streaming only, not for my art business or endeavors. You dying in Elden Ring? And that would be a doodle. Once I'm completely done with once I've finished the official design for my avatar, I can start making emotes and other kinds of assets. And then we can possibly like talk about what would make sense for, like, I don't know, what you guys would want, like phone cases, mugs, caps, t-shirts, hoodies. That could be a fun thing. What else? Is this just like supposed to be? Probably just like supposed to be like black and white version. Yeah. And then of course, for the butterfly here, and the outer ring, and then the inner space. She has such a pretty... Oh shit, all of these colors are like so far down. Hold the phone. Didn't know I was starting out so low. So that's for the eyes. Then we have this one here, add, but I didn't really put in replace. And we do have this one for the hair. Okay. It's probably just the same color, I guess. I bet. Yeah. And then we can add this one in. Put her there, there. And then we go into layers. Okay. Me dying Elden. Yeah, honestly, whenever I saw those emotes, I was so in love. Why did I do the entire thing? Oh, well, fuck it. Fuck it. I've seen those emotes for a long time on that one artist's shop. And I was just like, I want to add them so bad. I want Chad to have something they can throw into me, or throw at me. That is Elden Ring related. I really do like just like finding artists who has like really cool shit and just buying it from them. I love that. I want to commission people to do a bunch of stuff also, because there's nothing more. There's nothing that like really warms my soul more than to see different artists coming together, creating an aesthetic. I am an artist myself. I could easily do all the things, but it just doesn't. It doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same, you know. It doesn't hit the same. Just because you can do it yourself doesn't mean that it actually carries the same vibe. And I absolutely love and adore so many different people's work. And I would just love to have that part of the aesthetics on my channel. Because if we're building this up anyway, might as well go into collaboration with different people. I find that way more interesting than just being like, I am a one-man show powerhouse. Because I have learned myself to do 2D animation. I have taught myself to do 2D illustration, 3D animation. I know it's a cool thing to brag about, but honestly, why did I go with the hair first? Aki. I want Chad to have something to throw at me. Don't make me pull out the cheese again. I wish you could see me in Dokumi. I really wanted to go in 2026. So next year. I really wanted to go. Sadly, though, I'm already scheduled for a 1-month holiday. And by the standards and limitations of being part of the job center here in EU, is like if you're on sick leave or if you're just in between jobs, you don't have any income, you can go to the job center, be part of that, and then you start getting funding. However, that still applies with certain rule sets, aka, yeah, Denmark has a job center too. We do. So what that means for me is that I get 2 weeks, I get 4 weeks total of vacation. However, only 14 days can be cohesive and still paid. Meaning, even if I have a full month worth of vacation days, I have to break it up into 2 bits. And then on my passport, because this is passport related, my passport has to state that I have not been gone from the country more than 14 days in one go. So I would have to come back, do a pit stop, breathe, and be like, okay, next day I can leave again, basically. I had this conversation with my counselor, which was really, really interesting. So my plan was to use the first 2 weeks for the 1 month vacation that I'm scheduled to. Then, of course, half of it is not going to be paid. So I'm going to be losing half a month's worth that I need to save up for. And then aside from that, I wanted to use like the other 2 weeks for potentially Dokumi, but also TwitchCon. Sad things are that a new reform came in, and that changed a whole lot of things. So I was put down, I think about 150 USD was taken away from me permanently a month. And that was basically the allowance I had to make use of, to save up with. So now I don't have that anymore, meaning that any kind of extra savings or whatnot is to be taken directly from like a bunch of other stuff. I don't know how it works with EU, but yeah, basically, if my passport states that I am leaving the country, it counts. So I would have to do that too, but that would be fine because that's still like 2 weeks. So even if it has even if it's like in a consecutive way, I might be missing out on a day or two where I won't get paid, but that's an easier compensation compared to like 2 full weeks. So my plan was to spend a week for Dokumi, around Dokumi, with all like the things paid there, and then spend a week around TwitchCon, all things paid there, separately. And then it wouldn't really hurt my income from the job center. However, that's not really something that I can do, because there's no word for it. It's just shit. So I'm actually not sure how things are gonna go. Not sure how things are gonna go, but we'll take it one day at a time. First and foremost, I need to figure out if we have all the funds needed for the big vacation. And then I'll have to figure out if I can actually do something. I might not make it to TwitchCon, but I'm definitely like interested in like going to Dokumi. I already were. TwitchCon was like kind of like an extra thing, but I also feel like it would be okay if I don't show up this year. So yeah. You can basically say that everything that I'm earning on the side here from just streaming is basically going straight into my savings. Honestly. And then I'm just doing the best that I can. Although, even for what I earn here, can't be more than XYZ a month before it like counts negatively against what I'm already getting. So, what is that again? What was that again? In USD, that would be 400. So I can take in 400 a month without it affecting what I'm already getting. Another rule. Another part of the new reform. Another beautiful thing. So, wait, it's not just 150 USD. It's 100 and... Stop it. What is it? 155 USD is what I've been taking. Yeah, good. Okay. Matches. My brain didn't suck. Good. Also, I painted on the wrong layer. Ah! Ah! Look what you made me do. What you made me do. Keeping me so distracted. Distracted. Good. Good, good, good. And then zoom. And this one. Zoom. Yeah. 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 Making me so distracted. Okay. Where were we? what were we talking about again? Let's see. Okay, so under this, we would want the shirt. I know I do have the thingy for her hair. I know we have the thing for her hair. I'm not sure I caught the whole combo, but my main takeaway was that reform sucks. Yes, any kind of reform usually means big changes in, like, whatever the fuck aspect in the sector. Be it for, like, healthcare, be it for a job center, or, like, smaller regional deposits and, like, just general stuff. I'm not going to get into anything, like, super political here, but there is like various different rules, and I know that a lot of people who doesn't live in EU or have friends from the EU probably don't know a lot about the specific benefits, welfare benefits that we have access to. So that if you're in between jobs, you can apply by the job center, say, oh yeah, I'm free to go. Or if you don't have an already, like, established saving or some kind of, like, insurance that kind of keeps you floating by paying you. I don't know what that's called in English. It's kind of like a work protecting kind of service thingy that you pay to, and then if you get in between works or you lose your job, they can pay you instead. But if you don't have that, you can go to the job center and then you can be put on the government funding instead, which is nice. So, like, there is, like, a few different versions. But yeah, I just went from school directly on sick leave to take care of my mental health. That was basically what the school told me. The school literally pleaded with me to leave, to go on sick leave and pay attention to my health. And then once I was good to go and come back, if I wanted that, they would wipe my entire record clean so that I could get student funding instead of job center or other kind of funding, which I'm probably not going to get. Because if I do go back, I'm still going to be on the job center at this point because I'm too old. I am not a youngling anymore. I'm a youngling by heart, not by mortal corpse. So is the life of a silly flesh sack. Such is the life of the common flesh sacks that strive to survive in the dead of night, and the winters aligned. But not old, just an ageless primordial entity. Stuck in a flesh sack, mind you. I don't know where I'm gonna end up when this sack is all done and gone. But yeah. I'm gonna make the most of it while we're here. What did I actually want to do with this? That's probably just hidey hole. Okay. So there's that. We can probably go a little bit over. That will be fine. Yeah, that will be fine. That way I can see the lines a little better. There we go. And then we can take this, the jacket. It's a little teeny tiny bit easier to see. Like that. Also, back when I first started streaming and earned my affiliate, these are like topics I would never get into. I felt that they were like just too weird for people. But they're just like such a central part of my everyday life because I rely on them. That is like it's inevitable for me to not bring it up. Because when people are talking about like having a job or doing something else and they're talking about, oh, it would be so nice if we have health benefits and like other welfare benefits and that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, I have experience with that. I know what it's like. I know exactly what you're asking for. But then I don't know how to bring it up. I hope there's nothing after I expire. Imagine having to go through all this shit again. No, thank you. Once is enough. If we didn't have to be stuck in a flesh sack, honestly, it would probably be pretty fun and fire. Just being able to just surf through the entire universe from like one place to another. From one place to another. And also retain memory of it, of course. Like, it's not just like, yeah, we're going to dump you on this planet now and we're going to steal all your memories from previous experiences. Why, what? Fuck you. Please and thank you. Give me my memories back. Give my memories back. I want my memories. We'll probably still be miserable. Fuck, even if I was able to float. You know what? I have this visual. I have this visual of you, Kellen. You're just a floating blob with tiny arms and stumpy legs and bloated cheeks. Just being super pouty, floating through space. I don't know why, but that was like the immediately first thing. You know that like those like really comical, disproportionate characters that are like blown into like extortion and whatnot. It just broke me before my vacation. My work is done. I just love the visuals that you serve sometimes. It's it's gold. Yeah, don't need the new game +1. And no new game plus for me, no thank you. It's just like, we're just gonna redo the game without memory. It's like playing the game for the first time again. Like, New Game Plus without New Game Plus features is just you playing the game again. But then on the flip side, you don't retain any memory of ever having played it. So it's going to feel like first time once more. I love that. What's the next layer? buttons. The buttons. The buttons. Wait, what? Huh? 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 Fuck, that broke me. That broke my voice. Oh no. I don't know what kind of sound I tried to make, but that literally made my voice crack. Jeebus. A forced voice crack. Let's go. And then they say you grow out of it because being in your teens is not the same. I'm like, of course you're going to get your voice crack in your teens because your voice is trying to like settle down. Also, regarding what you said about being too weird making that stuff, I actually found it interesting hearing how stuff works in other countries. I've come to learn that after my 2 years in South Korea, I became very comfortable about talking about my life experiences living here in Denmark. Of course, sometimes it can get political. Other times it's just like basic everyday life stuff. But I'm so used to being served all the stories about how it's like living with insurance or without insurance in America. And then by living in South Korea, how stuff works there and how different it is. And hearing those different perspectives and even meeting other foreigners from like both India, China, Taiwan, or other parts of like the Middle East, even Australia, it's just like you get to hear a lot of different stories that really paints a vivid picture of diversity. And it just keeps you reminded that your life experience is very unique to the place where you live. And nobody is like doing it in the same thing or the same way. But for some reason, I always felt like it was just like not really that interesting. It wasn't anything worth mentioning. Or if we started talking about it, I feared that I would probably get comments of like, oh yeah, you just have it so good. So like, why are you talking about it? You're just a welfare kid. That stuff. Having welfare doesn't ensure shit. You can still be put in such a bad situation that, yeah, while welfare, my tongue, while welfare may save your butt from being an on-the-street rat, it still doesn't guarantee glory. It will keep you basically surviving. And then another thing that I've learned is that even though you're just basically surviving, you get easily depressed from being in that state for too long because there's a lot of other like caps on what you're able to add on top on this in order to move forward in life. So the system is like inadvertently keeping you in that loophole unless you do so good that you don't need them anymore. For me, I would have to earn selectively. Let's take streaming here for as an example. Let's bring in the fact that I can do commissions. Let's bring in the fact that I do streaming. You guys are throwing subs at me. Some of you might commission me, and maybe down the line, I put up some merchandise. You guys start buying that too. I, from all this revenue, will collectively have to earn 200% on top. So collectively, my income has to go from 100 to 300% before it has fully negated what I get from the job center. And then maybe even more than that, because if we're talking about all the income also needs to be tax handled. We also do taxes. It sounds funny when I say that, but there's a lot of stuff that happens automatically. We don't have to do like a lot of like super hardcore shit like Americans do. However, if we take that in, I still need to keep in mind that we pay high taxes. So everything I earn from these different revenues has to be deducted what my B tax percentage is currently on. And now a lot of people know that Denmark is infamous for having upward towards like 50% in taxes. That's not a lie. My A and B tax are sitting at 42%. So let's say you give me $100. Deduct 42% from that. Keep that in a pocket, safe space. And then the remaining is what I can actually use. I actually did I did a really funny tax calculation not too long ago where I was just like, okay, well, if we say that by old standards that the usual Twitch sub was like 5, okay, current revenue split is 50-50. That's 2.5. Now, from that 2.5, we also have fees for like getting it into my bank account. That's a whole separate thing. But let's just take the basics, right? The first 50% is deducted to Twitch from the 5. That gives me 2.5. And so, from the 2.5, you deduct another 42 because you know personally that's what your tax percent is on. All right. Let me just keep let me keep this on my side. 5 split in 2, and then we minus 42%, puts us down to $1.05. $1.05 is what I'm left with out of the 5. Out of the 5. So take this into consideration that when streamers, creators are telling you it's okay, it's fine, you can do Twitch sub if you want to like the emotes and whatnot, it's fine. We don't mind that. I honestly say this when I say people don't mind you when you do that. Because there are benefits. There are lots of benefits for you guys to sit on Twitch. But when we also say that if you were to come with the question, where would be the best place for me to go? Usually for artists, they have a Patreon. Jump over there. Because the entire deducting format is going from 50 down to what? I think it was just raised to 10% now. It's still 40% off. And then in my case, that would be covering almost the entire tax portion that I have to keep on the sideline in case I get the bill. So in case I get anything wrong and I have to go back and pay leftovers, I have it. So all of this taking into consideration, because as creators, we also fill out a tax form. This is a little bit like for the back end. We also fill out a tax form. And I confirmed this by looking at my yearly, the government sends out like a yearly like overview analytics of like everything. And those tax forms that we fill for the different platforms, if we earn anything, they do get listed. So because I filled it out on Twitch, it gets listed. I filled it out on Patreon, it gets listed. And if there's anything wrong with what was being reported for being paid out or not, I still need to make sure that I can pay. So it's just whenever I've come across people talking about like what you would need to set aside, Americans have their own metrics, like what they usually need to pay. They know kind of like what kind of percentage that they would have to hold back just in case. And it's the same thing for me over here. I'm still very new to it. I don't know a lot of things, but I'm just looking at my B tax percentage. And I'm just like, if I were hired by someone next to the fact that I am like on government funding, which is going through my A tax, and there can only be one entity in the A tax pocket, everything else goes through B. So I take my B tax and then I apply it to everything else. Be it freelance, be it because I'm taking like a short post somewhere where I'm like maybe doing a few hours a week here and there, just like putting stuff in places. That's like a B tax hire, essentially. So the only thing I can't do in order to guard myself until I get the hangs of like how everything is working, because I've also seen articles from my country where they have stated literally like in the business news, where they've been talking actively about like this new thing spurring out and growing for online streaming and earnings, that even if it does get put on the tax bill, that it is like visible that you are earning from these different platforms, YouTube and Twitch in specific, and also Instagram. One of the things that they're talking about is that there is so much debt because people, they don't pay taxes of what they earn. That a lot of content creators in that way, they owe so much money because they don't pay it. Because they just see whatever they get in as income that they can use. And I think the number was so ridiculous. I don't remember if we're still in the millions or if we had crossed the billions in Danish kroners, by the way. Not American, but in Danish kroners. I don't remember if we're talking about 1 point something billion or if we're like still in the lower area of millions. But it was a ridiculous number, honestly. And that kind of shocked me, but it also felt like it was kind of a given, because if you have a lot of youngsters under 18, for example, that jump on Twitch, want to start a gaming career, they don't know shit about taxes unless they've been taught from the home. We don't get taught that shit in class unless we become a business student. We don't know shit about how to file taxes unless our parents teach us. My mom didn't teach me. No other adult around me has taught me. So it is a wild west for me still. Unless I actually sit down and like call into the tax office and be like, hey, yo, I have questions. I need your help. Like, unless I do that and actually like grab him by the ruff, sit him down in front of me and be like, here's the deal. Here's what we need to do. So if I don't do that or pay a tax accountant to do all this shit for me, there's no way to get around it. Unless I want to sit down and actually read a lot of books on how to do taxes properly. And then that's going to change according to a lot of things everywhere. Then new regulations going to come in and change how you do shit, how you have to tax it, if you need to tax it, and all that stuff. So yeah, that's just like a little bit of the world that I am in. I'm going to have to skip out for now. I'll try to pop my head every stream at appropriate hours for when I am awake. If not, I'll see you when I get back. Have a good stream. Thank you so much for being here, Kellen. Thank you for stopping by. I'll be live again tomorrow with Elden Ring. I don't know if you even like that game, but I'll be live again from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow, playing more Elden Ring. Less yapping, more gaming, more screaming. More excitement. So yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your night. And I hope you get in some more sleepy times. You'll be on the plane at that time? So you're flying out already tomorrow? Happy vacation! Stay safe. I'm going to send a mental note to like all the service people handling that plane, asking them to take very good care of you until you come back. Both when you fly out, but also when you fly back. Stay safe and have an amazing time. I hope you'll share some experiences when you come back. It's always good fun when you have been out traveling. I love it. Thank you. So yeah. Oh my god. Thinking about like traveling really gets me going, because it's been at least 10 years. I came back in 17, 16, 17. I came back in 16, and then I went back for a month briefly in 17, and that was basically the last time I went outside. So almost 10 years. Almost 10 years since I went on my last vacation. It's a long time. A long, long time. A long, long time. Also, look at me. I'm just yapping away. Yapping. Yeah, thanks. I'll tell you stories. Lots of travel time. Australia first and then Japan. Oh, that sounds so exciting. So it will be an experience. But now I need to go and be an adult and do adult things before I have to leave. Yes. And get some good snoozes in because that's a long trip. Even here from EU, that's a heckin' long trip, man. It's like 12 hours or something at least. Even just to South Korea, it takes like at least like a day or something. When you cut it down to almost like only one shift or something. Where you say came back from where? From South Korea. Spent 2 years there. I spent 2 years in South Korea. And Killen's going to Japan too? Who else is going to Japan? I mean, Maggie just went. Went and came back. And yeah, taxes is scary. And just lay low and hope the government doesn't notice if I miss. No, I can't do that because, like, it's so funny when you get that like yearly report. They always do a report ahead of time where they estimate based on maybe previous 2 or 3 years, where they set an estimate of what would be expected to like for you to pay in taxes. They set that limit, and then we have to go the full year out and see if you have paid too much or if you paid too little preemptively. And this is like through if you're hired, if you're working full time, like you preemptively through that paycheck pay taxes. But if you pay too much, you'll get something back. If you have debt with the government, they're going to hold that positive back to negate what you have in debt. But if you pay too little, you're going to get a bill that you have to pay and that stuff. So it's a little easier, I will say, compared to U.S. mechanics, but but still, it's never a nice thing when you get like the bill being like, we have underestimated the income that you have been providing this year, so you still have taxes to pay. And I'm just like, well, fuck you. I didn't get shit more than last year, but okay. We roll with it. No, cool. I think you mentioned going to South Korea. I wasn't sure if you lived there though. If you live there too. You don't know. You don't know a lot of mini lore. No, I used to be. When I was still studying, I switched from basic in class to remote studies. And when I switched to remote studies, I also quickly learned that we could basically sit anywhere in the entire world we could, as long as we had Wi-Fi. The school only needed us to have stable Wi-Fi. That was the only thing they had to say about it. On top of that, if you had an embassy of your nation in the country you were like going to, even just for a short-term vacation, you would be able to go to them and sort out everything that comes with examination and that kind of stuff, where they can set up a room, you get the material that you need, you prepare and you go and you hold the examination, yada, yada, yada. You sort all that out at the embassy instead, so that they provide a examination facility for you. Maybe just like a room that's decorated where you don't have access to a lot of like basic stuff like you would have for the examination, like no internet, that jazz. But they would be able to help set up with that. And then you'll be able to like get that done while you're still there. It's a bit of a hefty process, so I never ended up doing that. I just went back because when you're going on a normal travel vacation, when you're going on a normal vacation visa, you don't have more than 90 days. At least me as a Danish citizen, I don't have more than 90 days in a lot of countries. And it was like that for South Korea too. So it was like, I was basically touring around Asia in that time. So, but majority of my time was spent in South Korea. And then I was just studying on the sideline. 20 hours to Australia. 20 hours travel from Australia to Japan to... Oh, that's insane. Big, long flights. Anyways, now I'll actually leave. Everyone behave. Yes, behave or I shall bonk you. Each and every single one of you. I'm about to head to Japan in a few months along with South Korea and Vietnam. Hello! Oh, that's so exciting. How long are you spending each place? Like, you don't have to tell. Like, there is like you can keep all of that information to yourself. You don't have to dox whatever you do. But that is actually super exciting. I'm just curious whether or not you have like ample enough time to actually explore the different places, or if it's just going to be small jumpy hops where you don't get to see a lot more than the tiny little spot you jumped into, and then you move on. I like spending long times in places where I go to, so that I can get like a real true feel of what it's like. But then there's like other people who really like to simply just spend time in hotels or just doing city stuff. And then you have resort type people, or you have hiking trails and that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of different ways that you can go on vacation. It's always very fascinating to me what people they prefer. Let's see here. Here, when someone has a long trip like that, we'll tell them to remember to bring a marker with them to draw your butt crack after all that sitting. Oh no, yeah, that's absolutely terrible. It's even more terrible when you're on such long flights, such long haul flights, and you get... It's not too bad if it's only a 2-seater. If the window aisle is only a 2-seater, it can be okay, a little bit easier. But if it's a 3-seater, then you're kind of stuck if you're at the window and the 2 other people aren't people that you know. Then you're kind of fucked, especially when you have to go pee or something else. And if you're not like a splint, like a stick figure type of person where you can just like lounge over like Slender Man when the other people has like started to fall asleep and you need to go pee. If you don't have that kind of like gymnastics, you're absolutely fucked. I know I need to pay attention because on that next trip to South Korea that I have planned for next year with my mom, we're still in the talks of like all the details. But that vacation, I know for a fact that if we cannot afford the more expensive tickets for like business class, we will have to settle for the premium economy. And I told her premium economy is better than the regular one because you get to sit in the front row in the economy side. You just can't pick the door sides if you aren't able to be assistant in case the flight goes down. In case you land in the sea or somewhere else where you need to like be able to handle and be of aid to deploy certain things. Like, unless you're in that kind of position, you shouldn't be sitting in those spots. And it's basic knowledge, really. But yeah. At least I told her that I would try to see if we can actually get, like, some good seats for the regular one. Otherwise, it's just, like, it's absolutely terrible. If it's a 2-seater window side, I don't mind just plopping us there, but my goodness, I absolutely hate them. People who can be so obnoxious with their seats, forcing it back into your face. And if the seats is like less than an stretched arm away from you, it's even more invading to get that seat into your fucking lap. I hate that. I hate it with a passion. I think there was like one time where somebody was like super obnoxious. It weren't even nighttime, and we were supposed to be eating, but this person in front of me insisted on having the seat leaned back even during mealtime, so I couldn't fold out my table. And that was really obnoxious, so I had to ask a flight assistant to ask him to fucking pull up his seat. And then, by the time we were done with our meals, I noticed that he was getting ready to put it down again, and then I just immediately put up my knees, stretched out my arms, and just prevented him from being able to go back. I was like, fuck no, dude. Not again. I ain't doing this. And every time he turned around, I would just be like, maybe the seat is broken. I don't know. I don't feel very happy and proud of doing this, but my goodness, sometimes you will meet annoying travelers. Because I can understand if you're pulling the seat back. If you're pulling the seat back, everybody's getting ready for sleep time. That's okay. I don't mind that. We have regular installed sleep schedules, but if you're insisting on sleeping with the seat pulled back before that time, ain't happening on my watch. You don't want you don't want me behind you with such a scenario. I was logging on my flight to Houston for a convention a few months ago, and I got a full row of 6 seats to myself. Hell yeah! I've only been on one trip where I had long flights and it felt like moving, and I felt bad moving my seat back. I only dared to do it halfway. What I usually do is that before I do it, I usually like get myself up behind the seat and check if there's anybody behind me. And if there is, I'm just like very, very softly, politely seeking their attention and asking if it's okay. I pull back my seat a little bit and ask them to help me put it back into a position and a distance that's comfortable for them. And then it's like, it's a two-way like communication thing where it's just like, is this okay for you? Are you still comfortable? It's like, I just need a little bit like to lean my back down a little bit. So it's just like, in that kind of situation, I tend to do that, especially if I know I have somebody behind me. But I have had the exact same experience, and not just 6-seat, this was like the middle row on a big, I think 390, 380, 360. One of the big jumbo jets. It wasn't just like the middle aisle that was completely empty. The row in front, the row behind was also completely empty. So there was like no seats coming down at any time, at any point. There was so much space. And I was sharing this with my friend. This was back in 2012, actually. This was back in 2012. My first trip to South Korea, and me and my friend, we flew out. And we had this amazing instance of just having so much space. It was so fucking cold because there weren't a lot of people on the plane. It wasn't just, I think just like back in that time, it wasn't that hype to go to South Korea. So I think there was like way too much space. But now, like, nah, South Korea is like way too hype of a hub. So if you want to go to that place, you're basically fucked with seats at this point. But yeah, aside from that, we had an amazing experience the first time. where we had so much space. It was super cold because there weren't a lot of people that needed that helped like heat up the plane. So we also had to we asked for like a few extra blankets so that we could firmly like wrap ourselves in, and then we were just like sharing foot space and wrapping our feet into the blankets so that we kind of like shared part heat to make sure that we weren't like, uncomfortable. But we got to actually be able to lie down basically fully. We could have taken a row each, but because of the chilliness and like the cold air, it was just so much more comfortable to just like share leg space in order to keep a little bit more of a little bit more of heat. So we managed to get everything sorted out, and it was probably the most pleasant experience I've had in terms of space. There was like so much fucking space. Oh shit. Even like the window aisles had like several spots where you could jump over to whenever there was like something amazing in sight outside of the window. And to both sides even. I think for the entire big cabins on the big planes, where you have like 6 rows in between, like you have 6 seats in the middle and then 3 on the sides. Like it's like one of those big guys. One full cabin there at the economy, I think we were no more than 20 people total. And most of them were sitting like either up front or in the back. So me and my friend were basically like the only ones like sitting around center. I think we had like one guy sitting not in the row in front of us, but the one the one further in front from that. So I was just like, there is like a lot of, it was super chill. There was like extra goodies. We could ask for extra food and whatnot because, of course, there's way too much. They had plenty. We could always ask for extra because they had more. They weren't tight when it came to provisions. So that was an experience on its own. Plane tickets were also like super cheap back then. They aren't now. They have gone up. I think back then for a round trip to South Korea from here was about 4,000. And now it's around 5,000. So it's definitely gone up. Not extremely, but definitely. And this is like from 2012 to now that I'm counting. Back in 14, 15, and 16, it was also about the 4.5 round trip. So they don't really go up that high, that extreme, that often. But I'm fucking with you. No, they have gone up. I'm fucking with you. It used to be about 2K per way back in 12, and then now it's about 5K per way. Yeah, so it's gone up 3K. Yeah, I'm sorry. I messed up my thinking. That was because I was looking up airplanes not too long ago, and that was like only one way, and I was just like, oh, that's 2-way, and I quickly corrected it, and then it was just like, oh shit, it's double the hustle. Don't like that. So it's very spicy now. There's a lot of people who wants to go traveling, especially to South Korea. It came back to bite you on the flight home. What happened on the flight home? Was it just like super overpacked? Stuffed? Impossible to move around? I'm also yapping a lot. I'm yapping so much. Guys, do something. Help me. Help me. I'm yapping too much. I'm yapping so much. I'm gonna use this for this. Oh, that hurts. No, I'm not using that. No, that hurt. This is better. Damn, that hurt. There's something about using certain tools that really just makes it painful. Also, quick question, just to break away from the traveling topic for a bit. Do we have any manga, manhwa, mana, comic, webtoon readers in chat? And if so, what is your current top 3 to 5 titles that you're currently either following or recently finished? Because I read a lot. I read so much. I just started getting, or I have a podcast recommended by Kan that I also want to get into, and now is like the most perfect time to do so because I am put on a ban for using my arm. Well, not today and not tomorrow, but otherwise I'm put on a ban. Doki Doki Literature Club. It is. I was about to say, that probably is manga, isn't it? Isn't it? I know it's an anime or like a game. It's something. I'm not too sure about that one. I know it's in a genre I don't vibe with, but I know about it. It's like a dating anime sim game or story. Last I checked. I could be wrong. While you guys figure out what and get to writing all of your stuff, if you have any, I was hesitant to start on one that's already got one finished season called Codename Anastasia. That's a BL. I don't know how much you guys are into BL at all, but it's more like a mafia story. And it is absolutely toxic. But the reason why I didn't want to start reading it was because of the potential nasty character habits that our main love interest for our main character was being set up with. Well, shocker, I was bored, and then I was just like, you know what? I want to see what all the hype is about. I want to know what all these crazy ladies and lads are getting into. I want to know exactly what they're vibing with or not vibing with. So I sat down and I started reading. And then what happened? Bring back the PTSD from Doki Doki. God damn it. And then I got into it, and I just ended up falling heads over heels for that fucking idiot I didn't want to read the story for. It's just so funny. It's so funny because I love his reactions. I don't vibe with what he's doing and how aggressively and how much of a dickbag he's being. But his character progression, the way that he evolves, the way that he learns, it's impeccably good. And also his reactions sometimes to the main character is also super hilarious. And I am just absolutely smitten with how comedic their interaction seems. And I'm pretty sure it's not a comic. By all means, if you find this story and you go into it thinking that it's a comic, it's not a comic. Not at all. But their dynamic, to me, is gold comedy. I love it. So I unexpectedly ended up getting super, super hyped and into this, where I was like, I'm not supposed to be that happy about it, but we vibe, and we have fun, and we do what we must, we do what we have. Regarding manga, I've only read Attack on Titan and JoJo. That's two stories I know about but haven't read. Simply because the anime was taking too long. So you went to the source material. I also don't know if the manga is the official source material. Because usually it goes from novel to manga to anime and then live adaptation. But not everything goes all the way back to a novel. Something usually stems from a manga. I'm currently following The Player Hides His Past and Pick Me Up Infinite Gacha and Nano Machine. Are these like... They sound like anime titles, but are they actual manga titles? I have been wanting to pick up the manga for Jujutsu Kaisen, simply because I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for it to come back with a new season. I want the new season. I am waiting with bated breath, and I almost pumped right into Demon Slayer 2. Just to like get ahead of time comparatively to what was being released on anime, NV, and a movie. For ART and JoJo, both started with the manga, where the animated later. Ooh! In the case of JoJo, the anime came much later than the manga. Yeah, that's usually the case. There's also like some cases where you feel meanie as a Gojo lover. Gojo is like, he's fucking fantastic. But if you're asking me my personal fave, that's not Gojo. That's not Gojo. I've just mentioned how I fell head over heels for a psychotic mafia. Who do you think would be part of my favorite pool in Jujutsu Kaisen? If we're basing it off of the first few episodes alone, already there you will find my first fave. Like, who do you think would fall into that? Like, honestly. I have a thing for villains. I don't know. I own a dungeon, okay? I collect them all. They're in change. Soft chains. Mind you. We don't destroy any products here. Made down bad horrendous. You know what? It's probably not going to take me long before I sit down with like all of the other spicy creators from Japan and being like, so what are we making today? Which ribs are we going to flash into existence today? The Michael Jackson looking guy? Wait, who would that be? Hold on, who would that be? What happens? Okay, hold on a second. What happens if I search Michael Jackson Jujutsu Kaisen? Wait, I'm mixed up. Jujutsu Kaisen with Demon Slayer? Ah! You know what? Still, it could be the same. Honestly, having Shinobu on screen trip me out. I mean, we can just move on. It's no easy. Yeah, because this is gold. This is gold. There is actually a fucking AI image of Michael Jackson in Jujutsu Kaisen gear. What the heck? I don't approve of the AI. Absolutely not. But holy shit, that's an that's a visual and a half. I would love to see people actually make that originally. Oh, but holy fuck. Wait, who would that be? Who would that be? I don't think that would actually equate to anyone, sadly. Yeah, no. It's not our big blunt daddy. None of the two. But do you think you can guess it? Do you think you know? Do you think you can guess who my first official fave? You're referring to Muzan, by the way? Let me just get a visual so I know exactly who we're talking about. I actually referenced him a little bit when I was making my detective for my horror story. I kind of had to add the vibe from his hair. His hair looks absolutely fucking fantastic. let me show you. Oh no. So this is the first image. This is the first image I have of my detective that I made way back. That was back in 2021. I haven't done a full outline on the story yet. It's going to be a visual novel, if anything. So it's not going to be a classic novel. It's not going to be a manga or a comic. Manga also just means comic. But it's not going to be a comic. It's going to be a game, a visual novel. And I'm actually a little bit interested in like how this is going to go, horror-wise. You see the Muzan influence. I didn't actually know that there was like a Muzan influence because I saw Demon Slayer later on after I had created him. But then I was just like, I kind of vibe with this shit. I need a little bit more. But that also means that I want to diversify him a little bit more so that he doesn't completely just like jump into your face and say, oh yeah, that's just like a Muzan like ripoff. Absolutely not. But yeah, I watched Demon Slayer way later compared to when I drew this picture. But I instantly loved Muzan's character. Basically just from like the design alone. None of you actually know who my favorite from Jujutsu Kaisen is. That's just gonna be my secret. I'm just gonna keep that to myself. Actually, I haven't watched Demon Slayer on Jujutsu, except for a few episodes. Am I only aware of some of the characters? Have you watched a few of the first episodes from Jujutsu Kaisen then? Because you would only need like one or two, maybe max 3, in order to catch my fave, my first fave at least. Doom, doom. Also, I forgot. Nope. It's not up here. Go in here. Back to Xiao. Remember the guy with stitches on his face from Jujutsu? Oh, that's something that happens much later. I don't think he gets stitches until season 2. That's a hefty spoiler. That's a hefty spoiler you've been served, my guy. No. I'm not going to tell you exactly how and when and why he gets them, but that's an evolution from season 2. Talk about him as if he's a Pokemon. Kinda. Jujutsu style Pokemon. Stages. Sneeches get stages. Oh, then I must have seen it somewhere else. I've only seen like 5 episodes. My main guy is within the first five episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen, the first season, not the second, but the first one. My favorite one. I feel like he's just such a very basic classic one. Don't see a lot of other people actually liking him. But I love his vibe. He's so funny. Wait, is that not part of the tattoo? It was not. No. I don't know the names, but I remember 3 bad guys. Stitch's guys, one-eyed guy, and the other one. Can you describe the other one? One-eyed guy and the other one. What does the other one look like? It's I'm also it's also very very unfortunate. I am quizzing you on an anime you don't know anything about. Absolutely cannot. I can't remember. It's blur by now. Does oh, now we're gonna come into Hitch because this is like, how do you pronounce this? I think by Japanese standards it might be Sukuna. And American standards, it would be Sukuna. But the main evil entity that ends up living hosted in the main character because he eats fingers. He has to swallow the fingers in order to contain the power he has. Which doesn't go over too well, because if he eats too many of the fingers, well, shit's gonna go down. But his visuals share the likeness of the main character because he resides within the main character. Now, even in season 2, we didn't really get much of a different visual. They do have kind of a different vibe, and it's also expressed in the style and in the character design a bit. But I'm honestly sure that he has his own separate visual design as a character. And I really want to know what it looks like, because at this point I only know what he looks like through the main character. And that's how he's being presented. And I think that's all done on purpose. And I'm like, I want to go through the manga just to figure out. But then I also know that a lot of people have said that the manga isn't finished yet. So we cannot really get anywhere with the manga as much as we can with the anime, or vice versa. The manga is ahead of the anime, but the manga needs to be further ahead before we can actually get more anime content, basically. I'm just like, I'm waiting. Sukuna is like the main guy of Black Lions. Yes. However, their personality is like very starkly different. I absolutely enjoy Sukuna whenever he comes out. I don't know what it is with bad guys. I just really like their vibe. I guess it's like because it's like a stark difference to how I was brought up to present and behave. So seeing somebody who is like in the entire opposite field is like, oh, wait, you can be that way too? That's so cool. I instantly fall for them. It's like admiration level. I really like them. They're just so fun. Of course, there is a limit to it. It's not all kind of bad guys that I do vibe with, but it's more like that untamed and unhinged part of it, or part of their character build that really appeals to me, because I come from an upbringing that really locked me in place in order to fit in within all different kinds of rules and framework, socially, physically, and whatnot. And having those restraints put on you really puts in, like, it really makes your life shit. So seeing or being met with a different kind of character or person who is just like unhinged and like unrestrained in that way is just really appealing. I think most people, even not so good people, are brought up to not resemble Sukuna, a literal demon. I mean, more so in the sense of like, yeah, he is a demon, his entire character background. But if you look at his personality, like the way that he acts and behaves, part away from that, there is a lot more freedom to like his character. And I think that's just like something that I find really appealing. Somebody who's like not afraid of like just acting what they really like. I know some people, they seem to find fans of villains to be super problematic. But it's not like because we want to be that way, but it's because there's something appealing about the stark contrast to what we're usually like. I will say though, there is another BL that I also read, which is infamously famous. It's not supposed to be a BL, but a lot of people say that it's a BL. I don't think it's a BL, but I have to mention it anyway because it is a boy on boy, not romance, but forced relationship interaction. The fuck is it called again? The name slipped my mind. Killing Stalking? You have probably heard of it. Most likely heard of it. If anything, you've probably come across people who've talked about it. That one is gnarly. And yes, there is instances where I get super confused. Until you found out it was BL, I can promise you 100% it's more LGBTQ coded than it is stark classic BL. There is no fucking romance. There is delusion, and there is torture, and there is, trigger warning, body parts being taken apart. Not in a good way. This is past the point of a psychological thriller, but it is a psychological thriller with gore. So the reason why a lot of the fandom has come out and dictated it as a spicy, toxic BL is literally just for the fact that it's man to man. That's all it is. It's two guys. One is 100% gay. The other is a psychotic murderer who takes advantage of this. And then the poor gay guy literally is just put through the trenches. Not going to go into too much details about like how it evolves or how it like ends or any like plot points and whatnot. But I'm telling you right now, If BL is a tag keeping you from going in and reading that story, I can tell you right now, there is going to be that kind of action in terms of like body to body relation action, bedroom activity, you know, whatsoever. There is going to be that. However, it's not in the romantic sense at all. Every single person in the BL space that I've talked to personally, not just observed, but talked to personally, agrees on this fact. They know it's not a BL. However, they do 100% understand that there is a very complex, very, very complex structure between these two characters. Because it is not even just standard basic toxic. If we're talking about Codename Anastasia, that's a BL. That's a Mafia BL where there is romance. All right? It's going to build up and actually eventually grow into something fully romance. Like, same with Roses in Japan. Same kind of site. You set up something with mafias and the two go through like thick and thin in a lot of ways, and it still ends up being romance. But killing stalking? No. No. Not at all. I can guarantee you that. Killing stalking is what you sit down and read when you want a good fucking horror. When you sit down and you want to read a horror with gore that flips your mind, like the usual psychotic thrillers do. So, even though it does have the classic gay relationship between men, which is hitched on Delulu and psychotic murdering and fetish, there is nothing romantic going on. No, 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 no. And it's not even put in a cute way either. It's like literally the best semi-phrase I can give you is basically cue this prompt. How do I escape my crazy neighbor? Or how do I survive the crazy murder of a neighbor that I have? It's an escape mission that this main character is on. Though he is infatuated because he doesn't know. The main character is infatuated right off the bat. He doesn't know. When he finds out, he completely knocks out. He goes to Lulu. And he's just like trying to make himself believe that it's not going to go that way. I have not finished it yet, so I don't know how it ends. But I can tell you one thing. Even halfway, or more than halfway through, it has not changed for the better. It's still the same thing. And there is no hope for me that either of the characters are going to go out of this in a good way. So, there's just a fair warning for anybody, because the classic fandom was heavy on the debate for BL, but even the creator, the author, artist for the story came out and said that it wasn't. I think you'll love reading Killer Pietro. Ooh, actually sounds really cool. Hold on a second. Killer Pietro. It's a webtoon. So let's see here. After devoting his life to crime organization Glory Club. What? Glory Club. Peter retires his status as a legendary killer and spends his remaining days running a quiet used bookstore. But after being ambushed and nearly killed by What? And nearly killed one day by the very organization he dedicated his life to, Peter finds his body magically reverted back to his teenage years. Now that Peter was back to his peak physique, he sets out to settle the score with Glory Club. First and foremost, the name of this club. It has me thinking of one specific thing. And I know for a fact that's not going to be it. That's not going to be it. Webtoon would not allow that. That is for sure. Holy shit, it would be wiped off the page. We already know you're down bad. That has nothing to do with it, honestly. That's just like a Glory put together with nether regions, especially from where you poop. That is basically just like an alternative version of like what is the name again? Orgy. YouTube is gonna fucking flack my ass right now. It's like, this is not for kids. This is not for kids. This is not for kids. Oh no. It, like, from the description alone, it sounds pretty tame. He goes back, has the physique, and then he takes revenge. Sounds pretty tame. Wonder if there's like other bits in between for it. I'm gonna add that to my to be read list. Where is it? TBR. Reading? No. TBR, where are you? Do I not have a TBR? I probably do, but just not on this. Killer Peter. Where are you? Over here. Macri! Hello! Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing this fine Wednesday? We're halfway through the week. We're closing in on the weekend. Have you been doing good? I'm sure you've been doing good. Okay. Screw this. I'm just gonna punch it in myself. Killer Peter. No result? What about Mal? Do you... Anime Planet, you should have this. Anime Planet, you should have it. Because it's a webtoon. You should be able to let me TBR it. Killer Peter. Yeah, there we go. Is this the same? Yeah. Same description. Action, manhwa, webtoon, age transformation, assassin, and full color. What do some of the reviews say here? A 7 out of 10. Very interesting concept with a cool MC problem. The story is just high school drama with blood. Okay. That's it. You have all the annoying characters and useless drama that you get in the school setting. What? Sleepy, we don't talk about alternative translators. Webtoon does have the official one. I know it's tempting, but we do not name the scanlation teams officially. That goes behind closed doors, if anything. A 3? This review gave it a 3 out of 10? What? What do you have to say? All right, a killer? But one who doesn't kill pretty girl? What? If you're not going to kill a pretty girl, at least break her mentally first. At the very least, long live pretty girl. Oh, maybe you're killer. What are these? What are these reviews? And then the last one, a whopping 10 10 out of 10. First discovered Imnina through Unholy Blood, which I loved from its strong characters and emotional depth. And Killer Peter is absolutely lives up to that standard for me. Well, okay. Fan of the author? Very dedicated fan. Amazing. Have I been missing context here? No, I was asking chat about you guys' favorite reads, manga, comics. It goes by many names. Manga in Japanese is basically just comic translated, but manhwa, mana, comic, webtoon, all the names out there for that. We can even take the Danish term for it, tainese. Like that also means comic. So I was basically just asking you guys what you are currently reading, your top 3 to 5 titles that you're currently reading or just finished. And today we found out that I love bad boys. Apparently, yeah. Because I was talking about my recent obsession from Codename Anastasia. A lot of people in the BL space has been loving Codename Anastasia and it's been riving up a storm about season 1. And I was just like, nope. Ain't jumping on that train. That's too popular for me. Turns out me, not too long ago, one boredom night, I was just like, okay, season 1 is done. I have time to kill. I can go check out what the hype was about. It's died down now, so it's fine. Goes in and immediately gets a whopping swung around from the big bad boy in that story, and I was just like, well, fuck me. Now I'm also hooked. And it's just like, we're only just starting on season 2, and I was like, what have you done to me? Shitty readers. What have you done to me? So yeah, no, I was just curious. I know we've talked about anime, and I've also just been yapping as an excuse to rest my arm, even though we are in the art session. But that is because I'm kind of partly put in jail. So whenever I start yapping, and I have conversation with chat, it's nice. It keeps my arm from moving. It keeps it rested. But I'm still like up for like basic coloring the rest of them. The fact that I haven't flat colored more than the 3 top is terrible. That's terrible. I don't like my line weight and my line position for some of this, especially Xiao. And Xiao, he looks like an absolute ghost. I mean, that fits his character. But he looks like a ghost with that color scheme. He looks terrible. I need to go in and fix that. I can fix it. I can fix him. I can fix him. I believe. Chad, I believe. Believe me. I can fix him. I can handle him. Nah. Terrible premonition. So yeah, that was basically it. Other than that, you weren't missing any context. We've been chatting about going traveling. And what it's like to also have a bit of experience with welfare here in my country. I've also like dived a little bit into that, even though I always thought that was not really that interesting. But it is like part of like how everything is working and functioning up here. So yeah, we've been around for a bit. We've been around for a bit. Wait. Fuss. Also, Fuss, can you? I know Foss has a blackish outfit. I don't need. Just put you up again up here because I don't need you. But for Foss, I know Foss is really pale. Really pale. I don't know how pale. Do I actually have references for phospholite? I do not. I do not. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Phospholite anime images. Ignore the AI images. Thank you. Take them away. Yeah. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, that's cute. There we go. That's an image I recognize. That's one I recognize from the anime. No, don't. Copy it over. Slap it in. Get rid of Shinobu. Don't need her right now. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. I want a more vibrant color for her hair, but also her skin. I'll just take the skin first. Fossilite. 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 Margaret, did I ask you about what your favorite reads are at the moment? Or did I miss that question? Because I am curious. I'm very curious. I am curious by nature. Wait, is this? That is the one. A little larger. Zoom. And then we have this one. Or maybe that is too bright. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Also, guys, how has the music been during the stream? Has it been okay? I hope you could even hear it. That is definitely black. That's just classic black. So we're gonna go, not completely. Wait. The jacket here is black. And the necktie would also be black. I can't believe Phospholite was the one character I struggled the most with, just because of their simplicity. But I do recall other artists having kind of like a similar vibe in that sense. Where they're like, the more complex the design is, the easier it actually is to get down. For the simple fact of it being just more complex. So there's like more details, so it's easier to place everything accordingly. Whereas if it's a simple character, it might look really easy to do first off, but then once you start actually getting down into it, it just takes away everything. Also, I'm not happy with the hair. The hair just like a little bit too bright. Maybe this one. Yeah. Only their basic stuff. So I want to color you. Hee-me. Hee-me, hee-me, hee-me. Hee-me, hee-me. Hee-me. There you are, princess. Let's see. I need to go over. She's gonna look so dark compared to the others. All the others have like such warm or like such light and bright skin. Himi is gonna like stick out like a sore thumb. I also haven't drawn in her eye. There we go. Always looks so crazy when you do this. It was a funny trick I learned from another manga artist. I don't think it's an official by the book technique, but it was like such a cool thing that he did, where he centered the eye position so that you can kind of get a better sense of like which direction that the character is looking, and then you can place it a little bit more like correctly so that it doesn't look like they're like skewed off to the side or not looking at you. It helps place it a little bit better. But maybe. This one is a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's okay. We don't make it perfect. We make it exist. Exist. Hello, hello. Me randomly jumping over into Danish. My bad. Oh, that's a vibrant red. Almost scared me. Ah. Ah, look at the red eyes. Being scared, I say. Somebody who doesn't mind Moida by a fictional character. And the eyes, what is next? It'd be interesting if it's just the same red that needs to go again and again. What if I am to do that? So much concentration. We doodling. Do do do. Just making sure that all of the red stuff is painted red. It's a different way to color it than I usually do, keeping all the same colors in one layer. It's like it's very unique with the color schemes. I think I'm just super bad at actually finding a color that matches. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good purple for this red. Oh, I forgot part of the sleeve. No. I can go back and get it. I can go back and get it. Now I know where the red is hiding. This one is not used anywhere else. It's used in this. There we go. And then of course it's going to be a dark brown-ish for the hair. And a golden rim. Oh, you know what? This is actually hair. What? Is this not part of the deal? It was not. There we go. And then underneath that is going to be the hair. Should we see if we can drag a decent color? Might as well try. Okay, so this is going to be completely covered. There we go. Nice. There was one thing that I wanted to change about this sketch before even getting to color, but I am just having fun with myself today, coloring and seeing if I actually can get the right color schemes for them, or if I need to change something up, because I cannot do inking. Because I am banned from heavy duty work, I am just doing simple silly stuff today while we yap. And then we have gold. There. Because her head shape, the back of her head and the top does seem a little bit too high up and disconnected from the main face. So what I noticed last time when I was doing like sketching, trying to get the proportions into place, I noticed that her face was like hanging far too low and that I wanted to move it a little bit up. But that's mainly just because I'm seeing the original next to me. Also because I think that it would be proportionately a little bit better if her head was like compressed a little bit more. Or if her overall head shape was like rounded off a little bit more instead of elongated. So let's see, where do we want? We can just put the earrings on top of everything. And what about the necklace? Is that like a mix between green and pink? Put the jewelry on one. So I don't know if this is right or wrong. But I am simply guessing. And then what else? Over in the pink area? No. Looks decent. In color scheme at least. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. So, chat, what are you going to be spending the weekend on? Maybe that's too early of a question. Still have tomorrow and Friday. But do you have any plans for the rest of the week/weekend? Anything exciting coming up? Some special foods? A fun trip to an aquarium, maybe? I completely forgot to put in the golden trim. I see. That is a disaster, chat. I have completely messed up. I've messed up in my sketches. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to compensate a little bit. I'm going to visually compensate here. Oh, shit. Is this even gonna work? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. But we're gonna compensate. Nope. Still looks like it, but not completely. And then we still have this. Oh. I completely forgot about that. It's interesting. I get to see what my own sketches actually look like in colored mode. And the fact that it can take me 3 hours is incredible. Not much planned for the weekend. Play games probably. What games? What games do you have on your hands right now? Which ones are you playing? Mirror's Edge. Oh, that's really zoomed out. Okay, that's just black on black on black on black on black. And a little bit of reddish orange. That's a spicy orange. Me and my farmer sister. Oh no! I painted this on the same goddamn layer. Wrong layer, chat. Wrong layer. Probably play Metal Gear. Metal Gear Solid Delta. Oh, wait. I remember some of you mentioning that because of my stealthing skills, I should get myself into Metal Solid Gear. Was that correctly remembered? At the very least, I found the newest release and I added it to my to be wanting to play. Want to play. Because I remembered there was something about stealth. And not just because it had stealth. Partly because I wanted to see if it actually holds true, if my stealth skills are actually going to be pog over in that game too. That would be fun. That would be fun. no, so much black. So much black on black. So much black on black, guys. This is gonna be all black. But if I take a little bit of a shiny, less shiny black for the vest. It's probably... I'm gonna see if I can balance it out with some different blacks here. Because honestly, having too much of the same black will just give me a headache. So we're gonna nuance the blackness. So since this is more of a shiny fabric, we're gonna go with a bit of a lighter gray. A bit of a lighter gray. Kind of would work for. Yeah, I think the bag. No, not the bag. The bag would need a bit more of a darker tone. Oh, it's gonna be so difficult to see. So difficult to see. A little bit easier. And then we definitely need some jet black here. Jet to Tier Holiday program. £50 per person. Darling, hold my hand. She is human again, not a purple alien. Not a purple alien. It's all black. What an interesting development. It looks so wrong, though. Looks like she has alien eyes. Yeah, no. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Not going to work. Nobody has jet black eyes. I mean, a lot of Asians do. But when I say none of them have fully jet black eyes, it's meant in the sense that they're not matte. Like, they do have some kind of shine to them. It's never fully black, never fully white. It's always nuance. It just looks so weird. I don't like it. I don't like my sketches with these, with such... I think I've established that multiple times tonight. My sketches look horrendous with colors on them, and yet I still do it. What a chill day, guys. I'm actually really glad that it's not too extreme. Far away, it looks like something. But close up, yeah, no. Am I gonna save this? Not for anything that I want to share, so you guys are gonna be the only ones seeing this. I forgot Phosphorite's eyes, god damn it. Why do I keep doing this? What was her eyes again? Their eyes? He, she, they, them. Also the same green. Okay. And of course... we have the white. I can't see the white at all. Oh, there we go. I was in eraser mode. I'm going to be stuck in the worst kind of like remaking loop forever, even with my comics, I fear. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. It's going to be mainly because I want to be so perfect with everything. I want to be perfectionistic. Perfectionistic. Is that even a word? Or am I mixing two languages right now? Perfectionistic? I feel like that's a made-up word. Sounds like a made-up word. Here we go. How interesting. What if all of this was like reverse? Yeah, what if this was reverse? What then? Reverse gradient? Oh my god, that would actually look so cool. Even for Faith, because I could just give her a sunset background. But this actually looks really cool. I might actually want to stick with that. I don't know what it is. Like I like black on white instead of white on black. White on black looks so washed out most of the time. And it hurts my eyes. High contrast. Why do I keep doing this? I keep forgetting the eye white. No, it's probably because they're so... that these characters have such little tone that it's almost impossible to see if they have any eye white. So interesting. But yeah. What do you guys say that we haul it for tonight? And then I can go give my arm some rest. I do have a bit of a bad news though. Not in regards, it is in regards to streaming, but not in terms of like completely stopping anything or anything. At least not for the sake of like resting my arm. No. I recently found out that the whole construction thing is not just a temporary thing. I thought it would be over and gone and done in a month or something. But turns out it's planned and scheduled to run until October. So for another full month, I'm going to have to be on my toes and schedule around potential construction noise. And this means, even for tomorrow, where I have scheduled from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., I might actually have to move that down from 4 p.m. and then until like 4 hours later at the very least. And usually when I'm thinking about this is because I am usually seeing less activity after 4 to 5 p.m. I've been very, very rarely unlucky to have them do anything after 4 p.m. So I'm pretty safe on this, especially on Thursdays. But I am thinking of just until this whole shebackle is over, just permanently moving that slot a few hours forward so that we can like avoid having any construction noise. And both like just live on stream and me getting completely sidetracked and losing momentum on whatever it is that I'm doing, but also for you guys. And it's also not going to be very great having that on the VOD afterwards. It's just going to be annoying to listen to. But I don't know. It's just, I think it would be a pretty good call. Just in good faith of like ensuring that all of us have a good and positive stream. So while it is meant for 2 p.m., I might actually push it to 4 so that we go from 4 to, what would it be, 8 p.m.? Or maybe even from 5 to 9. Working 9 to 5. I'm sorry. Sidetracked. Earworm. I'm going to chew on that until tomorrow morning when I get up. And then I'll make a post on Blue Sky and on Discord. And of course, if I make any major changes for the foreseeable future, I'll make changes in the schedule as well on Twitch. But I will be posting a notice on it on Blue Sky and on Discord at the very least. So if you wanna stay on top of that, make sure to check in. I'll also post a notice about like when I'm thinking of going live. But we're definitely gonna go back into some more Elden Ring. I want the second face. I want that second face. I want that second face. And I think it's gonna be pretty. It's not gonna be chill. It's not gonna be casual at all. It's gonna be me, sweaty streamer grinding, getting that first phase done, and into second phase and figuring out how I'm gonna do that, and also surviving. Because I don't know how difficult the second phase is, aside from getting one shot. So I definitely remember that we have to wait to pull out Tony until we're in the second phase. I need to, for as much as possible, just not use Tony until the second phase. And also no magic whatsoever. So that I can save the magic for the second phase. Because I'm not that strong. I'm just a tiny little mage. I'm a tiny squishy mage. But the first phase seemed to be okay for sword. So I can just run around, do that. That seems to be doable. I should be able to do that. So, I'm pumped for tomorrow. I'm going to be dreaming of strats and how to do that. So, for today, I'm going to call it it. I will still be making changes to the 6 fan art. After going over the flats today, I want to clean this up. I want to ink it properly. and give it the love and care that it deserves. And then now I have the color schemes. I can change that a little bit if I want to. But now I have that down too, so I can figure out what to do with that. There's a lot of characters that has black on them, I've noticed. I think Himi is the only one who's just like got like dark brown hair, but everyone else is like having black. So interesting. But yep, this is it for today, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe, stay happy, stay hydrated, and make sure that you're following me on your favorite social medias just in case I have an update. Mind you, Instagram is a not so good place to be because it's very arbitrarily whether or not I make a post. It's a little bit daunting making a reel just for notifications. But everywhere else, make sure that you're following if you want to know exactly when I'm going to go live. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I'll take a zip right after we close off stream. We're not going to be rating out today. I'm going to wait to do that tomorrow, so keep that in mind. I'm definitely going to get more into speed with that. But, oh, that was loud. Sorry. It wasn't loud for me. Was it loud for you guys? Was it loud for you? Oh no. Was it super loud? Louder than me? It's okay if it's louder than me per se. It could be because I have put stream alerts through Twitch up to 100% instead of 50. There are some of them that are like put up to 100. I can go back in and put them down to like 50% again. I'll check on that before we go live tomorrow. That can be something that I fiddle with because I have ample time anyway. But thanks for the hydrate. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't think there are many other options around at the moment. Oh, I mean, there are. You can set up alerts through Stream Elements, Streamlabs. I think even Moobot still have that option. I also, we also have like, what is it? StreamerBot now? That's also an option for specific ones. So yeah, there's definitely ample different versions that you can go through. I used to do Streamlabs, then I went over to Stream Elements, and when Twitch launched their own version, I just jumped in on that. Because it seemed like it was working much more faithfully compared to the lacking behind browser sources. I am getting sidetracked and talking about a bunch of other stuff. But yes, I'll check up on that. Just have a tiny little wee look at the VOD and then see if I can adjust some things in the background. Then it should be good to go for tomorrow. Because if we do get raids and whatnot, we don't want it to blast me out of existence. If possible. Oh, with options, I mean, there aren't many other watches at the moment. So who would have been scared by a loud noise? Sorry. Oh no, I think Aki is still like having me in the background somehow. He probably noticed. But yeah, aside from that, it's just like a guess and go. If people they yell loud enough about it, I'll see to it and make changes. Otherwise, it's just going to be what you have to deal with. I thrive on the feedback that you guys give me, and then we expand from there. So stay safe, stay healthy, and I will see you guys tomorrow for some Elden Ring. I'm gonna ring some elders. I am very excited. I cannot wait. I've been waiting an entire week, and now I have a ban on my arm. I can't even go farm and grind. So yeah, I'll talk to you soon. Stay safe, everyone. Bye-bye. Also, you lurking in the background.